for us. We are going to go ahead and cancel the flight director crew conference midday meal. Basically after the CAO event. We also are going to do a little bit of a replan with you guys managing the afternoon and post midday meal. Back that basically after the PAO event a little bit. We'd like to give you exercise a bit more time. It means that you'll have exercise to manage and some of that pre-lunar flyby, cabin config, and other activities DFTO a little bit amongst yourselves. But this should allow us to get in all after that. This means that you'll have to manage some of that pre-lunar flyby, cabin config, and other activities just amongst yourselves. But this should allow us to get in all exercise and have enough time post-PAO event for that S-band SAT mode DFTO. The DSN EMERCOM DFTO needs to stay where it is because there's some vehicle maneuvers that have to happen with that.
Hey Chris, let me just make sure. Are you saying we can defer the S-band SAT mode DFTO but do the DSN EMERCOM on time? Hey Chris, let me just make sure. Are you saying we can defer the S-band SAT mode DFTO but do the DSN EMERCOM on time? And Chris, if it helps you, Victor and I have both exercised, so he is more than happy to do the S-band SAT mode DFTO on time. And Chris, if it helps you, Victor and I have both exercised, so he is more than happy to do the S-band SAT mode DFTO on time.
To give you. We'd like that S-band SAT mode DFTO to slide 30 minutes to the right. Thanks, just talking down here, but then with the team to make sure I got the right words to give you. We'd like that S-band SAT mode DFTO to slide 30 minutes to the right for some ground config.
Okay, that sounds good. I will be ready 30 late for S-band SAT mode, but if you can also please give us a heads up when your commanding is done and you're ready for that activity, that would help us out. Okay, that sounds good. I will be ready 30 late for S-band SAT mode, but if you can also please give us a heads up when your commanding is done and you're ready for that activity, that would help us out.
LOS. Absolutely. Most of that we've got returned. The other thing you want to remind you is that in your midday meal, we have about a 1 hour forward descent LOS. Earth and Moon, but most of that we've got returned. It's also roughly when you're kind of in the middle of your midday meal period, you'll notice there's, like I mentioned, with good Earth and Moon viewing positions. It's also roughly when you're going to pass close to the halfway point between the Earth and the Moon, and you can reference your altitude on the PSC for that midway point.
Pretty quick. Thanks for all that, Chris. Yeah, crazy that we're seeing 105
thank you guys so much. Enjoy your
miles, and it's still going up pretty quick. Thanks for all that, Chris.
Great, thank you guys so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Those calls from Capcom, capsule communicator Chris Birch, also a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control, Houston, up to the crew aboard Orion, named Integrity. This view of Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team still on console. The crew was enjoying their midday meal. We do not have fresh foods flying on Artemis 2. Orion does not have refrigeration or a late load capability prior to launch that we need for fresh foods. So we have shelf-stable foods aboard Orion and rehydratable foods that the crew is used to, having flown on the International Space Station. As we saw in the earlier video, the Artemis 2 crew had direct input into the food that they have available during the flight. They were able to sample and rate all of the foods on the menu, and their preferences were balanced with the nutritional requirements needed and what Orion can accommodate. back with those live views of the Artemis 2 crew. We just spoke with Paul Boehm, Orion Crew Support and Thermal Systems Manager, telling us a little bit more about the food warmer on Orion. So if the crew needed to heat up any of the foods that they are eating today, they were able to do so with a approximately briefcase-sized food warmer to heat the meals as needed.
Integrity keeps in. Sorry to interrupt your lunch. We have a commanding request prior to CPR demo during the integrity keeps in. Sorry to interrupt your lunch. We have a commanding request prior to CPR demo during the meal.
Go ahead, Chris.
All right, because you'll be starting the CPR demo activity while we're in that LOS, we would like you to first confirm because you'll be starting the CPR demo activity while we're in that LOS into safe harbor. We would like you to first confirm we are in coast default 4100, and then please put all 4 saws into safe harbor A, then start the CPR demo. I'll copy.
Okay, Chris, before starting CPR demo, we will verify coast to plot 4100, and we will command all 4 saws to safe harbor deck B. Okay, Chris, before starting CPR demo, we will verify coast to plot 4100, and we will command all 4 saws to safe harbor deck B.
Good read back. Thanks so much.
Collectible received. Collectible received. Collectible received. Item 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 received. Received. Item 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 received. Item
This
received.
is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Taking a live look inside the Orion
Item
spacecraft.
received.
They are
Item
still
received. Item received.
Throughout the LOS.
Item received. Item received. Item received. Item received. Item received.
The crew is timelined in their midday meal right now. Obviously, they have mostly finished eating.
Item received.
But the ground teams also let them know they should have some great views of the moon and the Earth outside of their window, should they choose to take pictures at this time. As we saw earlier, there are also timelined wastewater dumps from Orion, and during that time, the crew is instructed to not use the toilet. So the crew is about to go into their LOS off signal while they're on the Deep Space Network, and the ground teams here were calling to let them know that there will be no wastewater dumps scheduled during that time, so they'll be able to use the toilet as they need.
Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed. Item received. Item received. Item received. Technology installed. Technology installed.
This view outside the Orion spacecraft
Technology installed.
solar array positioning. And a reminder, you can keep up with where Orion is at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. Currently, the spacecraft is 122,500 miles away from Earth and 146,000 miles away from Earth.
am received. Available by
Up next on the Artemis timeline today, PR demo. Conducts this demonstration with taking in CPR responses in the cabin, and they configure one of the cameras for recording. They'll be able to use the footage captured for this for future training. days, 1 hour, 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, first flight crew aboard Orion. The spacecraft now 123,000 miles away from Earth. We're getting a live look inside the capsule as our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, and Christine, are wrapping up their midday meal and getting the opportunity to take photos out the window of Earth and the Moon. We are in an LOS period, loss of signal from the ground side. This was tracked and however, we do receive communications from the crew members. Obviously, we have their live video right now. Said 123 miles from Earth. That's 123,000. So we are getting closer to that halfway point between the Earth and the Moon. We're taking today along with everything else during the mission. We did receive some beautiful images this morning from the crew as they departed Earth after the translunar injection. You can follow NASA on social media at NASA or at NASA Artemis to see these pictures as we receive them. This is Artemis Mission Control. Clearly what you have on your screen is a visualization. We are in a loss of signal in the Orion spacecraft. This In the meantime, the crew is on lunch break to photograph Earth and the Moon outside of the cabin windows.
Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed. Technology installed.
Control here at Johnson Space Center. 2 days, 1 hour, 26 minutes of the flight of Artemis 2. Our crew members aboard have wrapped up their midday meals. They are now moving into the CPR demo. This allows the crew to practice how they would practice CPR should they ever have the need aboard the Orion spacecraft. They will return to analyze and use future training. We also just saw some movement on the camera. They were moving the solar array wings into the safe harbor position. This is what we do when we expect any movement inside the spacecraft, whether that be exercise or something like this CPR demo. We won't have inside views during the CPR demo. And if you heard that call from Commander Reed Wiseman, he says, in the blind, not knowing whether we can hear them or not because we recently experienced a loss of signal or an LOS. Obviously, we did hear that call from the crew. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The crew aboard Orion conducting their CPR demo, learning how they would offer CPR to a crew member in need if the need ever arose on the spacecraft. Of course, this is just a demonstration and it will be used for future training for future flyers. Another consideration when we fly in space are solar eruptions. Between the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, the solar eruptions were a near miss for our lunar explorers. Today, those Apollo-era flares serve as a reminder of threat of radiation exposure for astronauts in space, as well as technology. So understanding and predicting these solar eruptions is crucial for our space exploration. We now have data, technology, and resources available that have improved, which enable advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection. These are all key to NASA's Artemis program.
To humans because Earth's magnetic field reflects much of the sun's radiation. But the explosions were so powerful that intense radiation was disrupted. So what if we went outside Earth's magnetic field, on the moon and beyond? Intense radiation in 1972 occurred right between the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, when no astronauts were in their path. As NASA plans missions to go back to the moon and
The sun is always emitting radiation like the light we see, but certain energetic particles, like from the August 1972 event, are far more harmful.
To be able to forecast solar energetic particles, we need to know how the sun energizes them. The sun is made up of electrically charged particles called plasma. As this plasma moves, it builds up energy inside its massive magnetic field. This energy is usually released in two types of explosions. Flares are intense flashes of light. Coronal mass ejections are giant eruptions of solar material.
These solar eruptions send shockwaves across the solar system, accelerating particles as they go.
These are solar energetic particles, or SEPs. They consist mainly of protons and possess a lot of energy that can affect satellite measurements and humans.
SEPs can bombard you with a lot of radiation in a short period of time. They can penetrate your skin, damage your DNA, and increase your chances of getting cancer and radiation sickness.
But they don't occur with every solar eruption. Only a small number of flares and coronal mass ejections create SEPs.
So we're trying to predict when SEPs form and how they travel through space.
At NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the Community Coordinated Modeling Center, or CCMC, is dedicated to testing prediction models. Working with global partners, they use data from NASA satellites at different vantage points and models to figure out how solar explosions behave, including how shockwaves energize SEPs. And as we get better at predicting, we get more time to prepare.
Preparation for an SAP event of reaching major values of already
As we go underground, we'll build shelter with local materials. But in transit, astronauts can only barricading themselves with as much mass as possible in the center of the spacecraft. Development mean more eruptions, resulting in a higher risk for SCPs. But during this increased solar activity, the sun's magnetic field strengthens, enhancing its shield against another important source of radiation, galactic cosmic rays. These are charged particles traveling at nearly the speed of light that are thought to come from supernova explosions from within our galaxy. If solar energetic particles are as widespread as then rays are a constant drizzle. Galactic cosmic rays are more sparse, but also much more energetic. They can only travel at rates that can penetrate through vast amounts of material. Understanding the rate of galactic cosmic rays helps us determine how much time astronauts can spend in space. The surface, their cumulative total of about 12 days. A trip to Mars will take 6 to 10 months each way. That means even more radiation exposure, and so NASA is doing work to prepare for that.
The moon is going to be a test bed for us in order to be able to prepare for Mars. The more that we understand the impact and the duration of radiation on the moon, the more we can extrapolate that to the length of time that we will be spending in transit and on the surface of Mars.
You're looking at a live view of the outside of the Orion spacecraft. Specifically in this frame, you can see the European Surface Module and the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. And in the video we just watched about deep space radiation, you saw some team members demonstrating how they could use cargo transfer bags to help protect a crew from radiation exposure. That is something that this crew will test out as well. On flight day 8, they had a radiation shelter designed. If you're just tuning in with us today, we were expecting to have the outbound trajectory correction burn this afternoon. However, that burn was canceled as it was deemed unnecessary following such a precise translunar injection burn yesterday. Please confirmed we are on the proper trajectory to send us around the moon and bring the crew home on flight day 10 with a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. So they were able to cancel the outbound trajectory correction burn. And according to Christina Cook, the crew was able to enjoy a snow day. Houston, Texas. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, but you'll see a lot of activity happening in the room as the Orbit 2 team comes in to begin their shift. Of course, Mission Control is staffed 24/7 while in flight with Orion, and just down the hall we have the International Space Station, which has been staffed 24/7 now for over 25 years. Houston, comm check, back with you on DSN. We have you loud and clear. Fantastic. communication through the Deep Space Network. We are now back in full communication with them. The crew reported they just completed their CPR demo. Again, just a practice of how they would execute CPR in the Orion cabin if need be. They were able to film this and will share it with the ground after their flight. On your screen coming from a camera mounted on one of Orion's 4
Integrity, total go for you.
Okay, integrity copy.
This live view inside Orion of the Artemis 2 crew.
Integrity feedback on your camera position for your information. complex, I can see all of them. On the bottom part of the image, I can see about midway on Christina's calf, and I can see Victor's head and the camera to the right side of the field of view from the perspective of this camera. Copy thumbs. Looks great. Christina is well centered in the frame.
Artemis mission control. Here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, the Orbit 1 team is handing over to the Orbit 2 team, now arriving on console. A live look inside mission control. We are now 2 days, 2 hours, and 35 minutes mission elapsed time since Orion launched atop the Space Launch System from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our Artemis 2 crew is well on their way to the moon, now 127,840 miles from Earth and continuing to grow as the distance to the moon shrinks, currently 142,294 miles away. This a live view from a camera on the solar array on Orion, looking back at the spacecraft, and over there on the right side of your screen, home sweet home, our planet Earth. Earlier today, we were expecting to conduct the outbound trajectory correction burn. However, because our translunar injection burn yesterday was so precise, that outbound trajectory correction burn today was canceled, considering it not needed. As the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams hand over, I am also handing over the Public Affairs console to my friend and colleague, Schneider. She'll be continuing our live coverage. Again, we're here 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through splashdown and recovery of our astronauts.
your favorite CTO. Have a good night.
received. Item received. Item received. Item received.
Destek, copy. You are ready for the DFTO. As we mentioned earlier, we'll delay it about 30 minutes from the start. So 20 minutes from now, you can expect a call us that we're ready to get going.
Item received. Item received. Item received.
That sounds great. It's good to hear your voice, Jackie. How we doing so far?
Item received.
It's great to talk with you and doing great. Keep it up.
Item received. 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 Item received.
Houston,
Item received. Item received.
Question.
Item received.
Go ahead for acoustic monitor.
Item received. Item received. Item received.
Hey, Jackie, I am doing my activity for the DFTO of the toilet acoustic monitoring. It's from earlier today. And the acoustic monitor is acting strangely. The battery was not indicating low. It was a yellow outline with a green interior. However, the acoustic monitor turns itself off often. It's hard to get past even the first menu or into the recording. I think I'll go ahead and try changing out the batteries just in case, but I wanted to let you know in case you have any ideas. Okay, Christina, we copy on the acoustic monitor. We agree that trying to change out the batteries is a good first step, and we'll think about whether we have any other advice in case that does not work.
Item received. Item received. Item received.
Copy, thanks.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, confirm you all are ready for Görevi to start his exercise 1. Okay, if you're ready, I'll give you EG readings and then you can call us when it's time for exercise.
Send it.
Target CO2 is 2.0, O2 19.7. Cap pressure is 14.1 and temp is 76.1.
Houston copies.
I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 of flight controllers has recently come on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team on console is being led by Flight Director Paul Canlı. And next to the flight director there on your screen, you can see the Capcom or capsule communicator, who is Jackie Mahaffey, and she is the individual that is communicating directly with the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon as part of the Artemis 2 mission. Jackie Mahaffey also served as the Artemis 2 training lead, so she has worked pretty closely with both the crew and the flight control teams as they prepared for this Artemis 2 mission. We are now 2 days, 2 hours, and 54 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern on April 1st. The Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, is currently about 128,000 miles away from Earth and has about 141,000 miles between it and the moon.
Jeremy's about to start exercise. He's okay with that. Up to you, though.
We copy. Stand by.
And you just heard some communication there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Orion spacecraft, down to the team here in Mission Control Houston. They have been discussing some upcoming exercise activities. So on the timeline, CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to complete his daily exercise, and then Christina will complete her exercise as well. The crew uses a device known as the flywheel on board the Orion spacecraft to complete that exercise every day. While Christina and Jeremy complete their exercise, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is also scheduled to complete a SATBAN or a search, acquire, and track DFTO or developmental flight test objective. And currently on your screen, you are seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or AROW, A-R-O-W. This website is available to the public at all times at nasa.gov/trackartemis. And we provide this view when we don't have live views from the Orion spacecraft itself, but using this view, you can see the real-time data and telemetry coming from the spacecraft.
Integrity Houston for timeline.
Go ahead.
Hey, we are wrapping our arms around some of the different DFTOs, the maneuvers that they require, the solar array configs that they require, and the fact that we've shifted the S-band DFTO a little bit relative to the planned exercise. So bottom line, we are not going to go for any exercise prior to the S-band sat mode DFTO. During that DFTO itself, we go BLDR, so we do not want the streaming set up from Orion interviewing because we don't have bandwidth for it.
and we still expect to pick up with set mode in 10 minutes. Integrity Houston for Victor and the SAT mode DFTO. Hey, we are ready for you to get going in that procedure. One answer for you in step 5.2, instruction 68. The answer will be yes, you would like to do that type of maneuver.
Yeah, Jackie, I'm sorry, we're sharing PCDs up here, and so I currently don't have one. I'm operating off of EU3 only. But we have one, and if it's locked out, can you just repeat that full transmission?
Yep, and I think this is one we should have comms, so we could also remind you right beforehand. But in instruction 68, the question is, will maneuver be a rotation around the biased tail to sun vector? And the answer is yes.
Network, NASA's Teacher System, and the NASA's Deep Space Network. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is working off of the Deep Space Network.
Houston Integrity Commanding S-band to
Orion, we have you loud and clear. We're ready for step 4. And Victor, could you read the instruction number of your step 4, please? From the ground, we will implement the loss of signal. You can expect a 5 to 10 minutes LOS, and expect you may see your antennas cycling through looking for the signal.
Position for this developmental flight test objective is the GC, or Ground Control Officer. In that position manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. And there you're currently seeing a live look inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston. It is actually just down the hall in the same building as the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which is continuing to monitor the operations of the International Space Station and that crew. So currently there are 2 different NASA crews flying in space. Of course, the Orion spacecraft and its crew, comprised of NASA astronauts Steve Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, on board the Orion spacecraft on its way to the moon. Yesterday, set on its path towards the back onto the trajectory
Victor, we have you loud and clear as well, and we are ready for you to proceed to step 5.
Copy, picking up step 5. 62, test 2. Testing. Set mode, tracking through maneuver. identified.
Victor, we had you loud and a little choppy, but copied. You're ready to proceed to step 5.5, and we are ready. We have you a little quiet, but clear.
Awesome. It went back to lock and being good in 2 seconds.
Houston, copy. You to answer yes. We'll go ahead and try to buy back a little bit of time by not waiting for those bailouts.
You broke up right when you gave me the important data, yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Copy, exiting that mode early. Houston integrity, commanding it. Beam pointing.
Houston copies. You're commanding S-band to GNC pointing. We have a little cleanup from the ground, but that was an excellent test of that system. Things went very well. And we will work to get things in a config that supports exercise and let you know when that's the case.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communications between NASA astronaut Victor Glover on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Jackie Mahaffey, as Victor was completing a developmental flight test objective for the SAT or search, acquire, and tracking pointing mode. Objective, Victor.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, while Mike was busy doing that PSDO, he inadvertently put the moon directly in the center of the docking, and we took some long lens photos, and we can see all of Oriental and maybe even a bit of the annular ring, so we know we aren't in Earth orbit, low Earth orbit anymore.
Some faces just lit up at the science console, and we appreciate the call and look forward to the photos. Victor, we think seats 1 through 4 were in listen on OE2 to start with. Was that what you were asking about?
The procedure commanded them to listen. I actually don't remember when they started. I thought I saw them in something other than listen. I thought they were in off, but I'm not sure. If you're happy with them in the way they're configured now, I will leave it alone.
Yep, we are happy with the current config. Thanks for checking.
Again, this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. NASA astronaut Victor Glover just completed the SAT mode or search, acquire, and tracking pointing mode developmental flight test objective and was cleaning up some of the tasks associated with that activity. During that, we also heard a call down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander of the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis 2 mission. He noted that they were getting a good view of the moon and he was able to capture some still imagery of that. So hopefully in the next day or so, we'll be able to see some of that imagery and share it with the world. The team here in Mission Control is also working to reconfigure some of the spacecraft so that CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen can complete his scheduled daily exercise using the flywheel device.
listen for Christina and acoustic monitor.
Go ahead. And also, before we start into that, can you verify toilet too?
Checking. Christina, toilet is go. We are okay giving you a blanket go for the toilet at this point. We will call you if we need you to have a period of stand down.
Okay, thank you. We copy that. And so does that mean we can disregard any no-use bans that are on Optimus? I actually haven't checked Optimus, but we are going to completely go on the operating principle of we are good unless you have told us not.
Christina, A firm, you can ignore the toilet unavailable for wastewater dumps in the crew band, and we'll try to have a little better story for you tomorrow morning on the rationale and what the plan will be going forward. The acoustic monitor, we were checking on if the battery change helped, and if not, we had a couple other ideas.
Yes, Jackie, I was just waiting on that CSTO to be over to give you a call about it. She said the batteries had the same issue, but kind of persisted, and what was happening was it was just turning off randomly at different times, but usually very early on in the record process, and never actually was successful recording. I continued to try, did a couple hard restarts, taking out batteries, putting them back, and eventually was able to get all 5 sample locations recorded. I did do them individually just to make sure that I got the 5 recordings and didn't lose them all if it shut down in the middle of one. Will that be okay?
Christina, that sounds great. Thank you for wrangling the batteries. And a little bit of intel we had was that sometimes those batteries do have difficulty seating. So maybe one of the swap outs helped a little. But if in future activities it continues to be a struggle, there is an option to power via the PCD. So just let us know.
Perfect. I had noticed that connector, and I was going to ask about that as well. At the time I put it away, it was acting pretty good. So maybe that battery reseat was the magic answer. Thanks for the insight, and I think we can call this one good.
Sounds good. Christina, one more follow-up on the acoustic monitor. When you recorded the toilet, did you do it by opening the lid or pulling the funnel off?
Funnel.
Houston, copy.
been collecting some acoustic or sound data related to the toilet on board the Orion spacecraft to evaluate the operational sound levels.
Integrity Houston, for exercise, arrays and ARS are configured. You are go for exercise. And let us know if you'd be willing for us to come on board.
Okay, Jackie. Yeah, you're welcome on board. We can go ahead and set up the C9 for the t-shirt road activity, but I think we can put something back together for you.
Jeremy, for clarification, are you reporting that you completed the Z9 shroud build, or were you in the middle of it and would need to tear down to set up cameras?
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 2 days, 3 hours, and 52 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. Has, of course, during their mission. The image there on your screen is a recent image that was uploaded and shared publicly. It was captured by the crew on the second flight day of the mission, and it shows the spacecraft there in the foreground with the moon in its distance, and it was captured by a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings, or SAW. And there are 4 cameras, one on each of the 4 solar arrays, that have been capturing imagery throughout, and they often also day 3. The Orion spacecraft is about 139,000 miles away from the moon, so a little bit closer since yesterday, and it will continue to close in on that target, the moon, with the lunar flyby and closest approach being made on flight day 6.
Houston, please confirm good video.
We are going to do an ACU swap, and we got good video, but just know we're going to lose voice for a minute while we do ACU swap.
Screen, you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Again, that spacecraft was named Integrity by its crew. And so you can see a live look as the 4 crew members, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, along with CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, work through the remainder of their activities for their day as they are starting to round out flight day 3. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Victor Glover there.
Integrity Houston, voice check after ACU config.
Houston, we have you loud and clear after ACU swap.
We have you the same, and a little bit of clarification. It was not a swap. That was my mistake on words, but it was some reconfiguration after the CFTO.
And there you can see NASA astronaut Jeremy Hansen giving a thumbs up to the screen, acknowledging the words that just came up from Capcom or Capsule Communicator Jackson Happy here in the room, who you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Also, in the live view inside the Orion spacecraft, you can see CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen as he sets up to complete his daily exercise using the flywheel device. The flywheels uses a series of pulleys along with a torque limiter, which is encased in a frame about the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions like a rowing machine. Each of the crew members typically has a scheduled block of exercise time each day, and so Reed and Victor have already completed their exercise for the day, and then Jeremy and Christina will complete it now in the second half of the day. There on the center of your screen, you can see Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen as he uses the flywheel exercise device. To use this device, the crew places a strap between their feet, and they pull on the strap, which allows them to perform different types of exercises, including aerobic, resistive, and rowing exercises. By strapping their feet against the footplate of the device,
They can also use the bar to perform exercises such as bicep curls, bent over rows, and deadlifts. And then using a harness, the crew can also perform exercises such as squats and calf raises. Each of the crew members completes daily exercise, and it's an essential requirement for human spaceflight missions because without consistent exercise routines, the zero-gravity environments can cause a reduction in muscle mass and bone density. Similar to the International Space Station, the crew up there also completes daily exercises using different devices because they have a little bit more room to work with. So on the International Space Station, they have an ARED machine, which is a resistive exercise device, a treadmill type machine, as well as a bicycle that they rotate between depending on the surgeon prescribed exercise routines for their missions. But here on the Orion spacecraft, they have the single exercise device known as the flywheel, which you see there, which can of course perform a variety of different exercises.
Integrity Houston, we are going to put in work a wastewater dump. Toilet is no-go. We'll take a thumbs up if you copy. Copy thumbs.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 2 days, 4 hours, and 23 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a liftoff at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew is currently awake and working through their timelined activities for the day. Canadian Space Agency, or CSA, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is currently completing his daily exercise. There's also some checkouts of medical devices taking place. And then earlier in the day, the crew also completed a CPR demonstration. And then originally planned for today was an outbound trajectory correction burn, but it was determined that that burn was no longer needed due to the accuracy of the TLI, or translator injection burn, which took place yesterday, April 2nd. The next burn on his outbound journey to the moon is scheduled for flight day 4, and that will be the outbound trajectory correction 2 burn. Coming up, the crew will also complete some lunar cabin configurations, and then they will have a public affairs event before they have some private medical conferences, as well as a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control, which is currently Paul Kanye, leading the Orbit 2 team, and then they will get ready to website for air is available at nasa.gov/track Artemis, and you can continuously monitor Orion's data until mature odds over the moon. So the Orion spacecraft is currently about 133,000 miles away from Earth and about 138,000 miles away from the moon, so about halfway between both.
coffee, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they were working to track down or count some hygiene towels. Here in Mission Control, the console responsible for some of those items is known as IVA, or the Intravehicular Activity Console, and they are responsible for supporting the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft. And this flight controller monitors the crew's well-being, and they also provide suit support, hygiene, and internal crew support tasks throughout the mission.
Go ahead.
With the delays to exercise, curious if you have those weekends of creation of wildlife habitat, or we can make a suggestion to you.
Hey, Victor, we'd like to hear your suggestion. We've been talking a little bit about the timeline and priorities for the rest of the day, and we know it's going to be a squeeze. What you thinking?
We'd like to finish the exercise and delay starting that cabin config if that's okay with the science team.
And Victor, when you say delay, do you have a time estimate for us? We're just looking ahead at some of the blue box activities and thinking ahead to the rest of the shuffle.
Yeah, we were thinking 10 minutes, but that's why if you have a recommendation, we will take your recommendation.
Integrity Houston, for timeline, we are okay with sliding the lunar flyby cabin config about 10 minutes to the right. We do want to aim to give you that full duration of that activity, but we'd like it to be complete by the start of the DSN EMERCOM DSTO. It's going to be most useful to do that activity together. Sounds like a plan.
This is Artemis Mission Control. There on the far left hand of your screen, you can see NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who has been communicating directly with Mission Control here in Houston regarding some of their timelined activities for the remainder of the day. Namely, they've been discussing an upcoming lunar flyby cabin configuration.
A couple more pieces of data for you on the timeline shuffle. The avatar photo and toilet maintenance are flexible, so we don't have a concern with you pushing into that time. You could pull the avatar forward. The second person does not necessarily have to be Christina. Copy them.
And they were discussing moving the lunar flyby cabin configuration. During this particular activity, the crew will develop and document an ideal configuration of the Orion spacecraft internal cabin for the lunar flyby observation period, which will take place on flight day 6. And they will deploy various cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, and also work to adjust the spacecraft's lighting and positioning of each crew member to ensure once they make it to that flyby on flight day 6 that everything is well set up and thought out and placed, so that they don't have to worry about trying to figure out where all those cameras and equipment will be going on that actual flight day itself. There was also mention of some activities related to Avatar, and this refers to a science investigation flying on Artemis 2. Avatar stands for a virtual astronaut tissue analog response, and it is an investigation that is using organ-on-a-chip devices, or organ chips, to study the effects of increased radiation and microgravity on human health.
VO2 is 1.1. Do you need anything else?
Hey, Christina, we copy CO2, and we will take the other main constituents there.
Okay, everything is off scale low. Otherwise, oxygen, 19.7, pressure, 14.05, temperature, 75.7 Fahrenheit.
Christina, we copy, and just a follow-up on that, we are pretty interested in keeping tabs on the temperature, so that's why we'll continue to ask for that full sweep. And also, the wastewater dump is complete, and toilet is go.
Copy all. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. We were wondering, since you mentioned temperature, I did want to clarify that the side of the vehicle that AGA is on is much warmer than the other side where the vents are, diffusers are. So just mentioning for your awareness that we feel that temperature isn't necessarily consistent with the vehicle.
All right, Christina, thank you for that insight. That is really helpful.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, and also seen there in the center of your screen. She just wrapped up some of her daily exercise using a flywheel device, and then she was also calling down to the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control to provide an update on some AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings. And these readings are provided periodically throughout the day, and they are monitored and tracked by the EECOM, which stands for Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager here in Mission Control, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems. And the equivalent to that position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, just down the hall, is Ethos. They were also talking about some wastewater dump, the Universal Waste Management System, or basically the space toilet on the Orion spacecraft. And the space toilet, or the Universal Waste Management System, typically dumps that wastewater every day overboard. It's vented overboard, much like what happened during the space shuttle era. Now the crew is going to start working on their pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activities, so they're going to be deploying some cameras and other equipment that they plan to use during the flyby on flight day 6 to just ensure that they know where everything should be set up, where it should go, and where each crew member should be stationed for that observation period. And we're currently about 2 days, 4 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The Orion spacecraft carrying the 4 crew members who you currently see on your screen are about 134,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 137,000 miles between them and the moon. So pretty soon they will actually be closer to the moon than they are to Earth, and we do expect them to pass that milestone in about 31 minutes.
for lunar flyby setup.
Go ahead.
If you still have the HHP, we're wondering, in Jeremy's position, if he's looking out the window there, will the moon be right side up or upside down?
We have a great view of checking.
Alternatively, is the north pole of the moon going to be in the vehicle plus X direction?
Yeah, we're going to go with the first way you worded the question and say affirm it's upside down in the position Jeremy is in right now.
So if he flips over, it'll be right side up.
That's how it works.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 2 days, 5 hours, and 3 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity, and it was named Integrity by its crew. The crew is currently working through a pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity. All 4 of them are working to deploy various cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, which is planned for flight day 6 of the mission. They'll also be adjusting the spacecraft's lighting and positioning of each crew member to ensure that all of the equipment, cameras, as well as the individual placement of each of them works and will be seamless during the flyby observation period.
After this cabin configuration activity is complete, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who you currently see on the left-hand side of your screen, will then work on a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications DFTO, or Developmental Flight Test Objective, and during this test objective, Christina will conduct a checkout of the emergency communications system while connected to the Deep Space Network. The Deep Space Network, or DSN, is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that support interplanetary spacecraft missions, plus a few that orbit Earth, and it provides radar and radio astronomy observations that can improve our understanding of the solar system and the larger universe. And there you can see on your screen that the crew just turned out the lights on the Orion spacecraft. So now it's quite dark. And again, they are adjusting the lighting as part of that lunar flyby cabin configuration activity so that they can test the lighting as well as all of the camera equipment that will be used during the lunar flyby. And there on your screen now you can see an exterior view of the Orion spacecraft, and this view is coming to you from one of the solar array wing or SAW cameras on the Orion spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, and each of those wings has its own camera that provides various views throughout the mission.
Houston, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard some communication related to PCD. That stands for Portable Computing Devices, which are basically the tablets that each of the crew members uses to track their timeline and other various activities throughout the mission.
Integrity Houston, we know you're having some important conversations there. Wanted to let you know we're a couple minutes from the official start of the EMERCOM DFTO, but we could probably push that by 5 minutes or maybe up to 10 if you need it.
Okay, copy. I think we're wrapping this up now. I think we've learned a lot.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're once again seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. There in the center of your screen is NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and to the left is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. The crew is currently wrapping up a pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity, and during that activity they deployed several cameras and other equipment that will be used during the lunar flyby, which was planned for flight day 6. And they also adjusted the spacecraft's lighting and the positioning of each crew member. Following this activity, NASA astronaut Christina Cook will complete a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective, which will basically be a checkout of the emergency communication system on board the Orion spacecraft while connected to the Deep Space Network, which is an array of giant radio antennas that support interplanetary spacecraft missions. In addition to that activity, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and Victor finished completing some checkouts of medical devices on board the Orion spacecraft. They did complete some of these checkouts earlier in the day, so they just need to wrap out a few final checkouts for that activity.
Integrity Houston, before we start the EMERCOM DSTO, we have a couple of timeline sync-up items to get you continuing on with the timeline while that DSTO is happening.
Go ahead.
Hey, Christina, for the avatar photo, while you are doing the historical photos, we'd also like you to take note of the lights, and if and when we've got either the EMERCOM or afterwards, just call down a quick light status for us. We didn't catch one this morning. And then second, I think we'd be interested in status on if folks got to the med device checkout at all yet. And with the trouble with the ECG this morning, we have uplinked message 3.03.06 ECG troubleshooting, and we would like that prioritized ahead of any remaining medical device checkup.
Okay, we can catch you up on some things. Medical device checkout is complete. Avatar photos are complete. For the avatar lights, they are all on except for number 15.
We copy. And in that case, then the only other thing we'd be looking for is that message 3.3.6.
POIC integrity for the avatar photos, those were taken about 2 hours ago.
Integrity Huntsville, we copy about 2 hours ago. Thanks so much.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. There was some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook and the Capcom or capsule communicator here on the ground, discussing some of the remainder of the activities for the day. And so Christina will be supporting a Deep Space Network emergency communications test.
Integrity Houston, our team on the ground is ready to step into the emergency comm DSTO when you are. And for your information, a few minutes ago, we put in a EPS cross tie just to cover us for some of the different attitudes we'll be in for the next couple of hours.
Copy, EPS cross tie is in.
for a couple hours, and I'm starting the EMERCOM DFTO now. When you're ready to copy. Ready for your notes. All right, a couple of nominal things to give you in the procedure itself. In instruction 15.1.5, you will want antenna 3. And in instruction 17.1.7, the answer is yes, we do want an attitude maneuver. Copy all. And then, Christina, the final item is directly from this activity. Camera checkout. So if when you get to step 11, to maneuver to bias tail to sun attitude, assuming that we have good comm with you, the ground is going to take the attitude commanding to that camera window attitude. If for some reason you have not reestablished comm with us, then we would like you to perform step 11. Copy. I will stop in step 11 and talk with you if we have comm. Otherwise, I will continue the procedure as written. Good, read back. And we are ready for you in step 2. Copy. Skipping to step 2.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is currently working through the Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective, during which she's basically conducting a checkout of the emergency communication system on Orion while connected to that Deep Space Network. And coming up in just a few moments, we will hit an important milestone in which the Orion spacecraft will officially be closer to the moon than from Earth.
Integrity Houston, we have some news to share with you. As of 30 seconds ago, you are now closer to the moon than you are to us on Earth. Wow, Jackie, thank you for sharing that with us. We all kind of had a collective, I guess, but we can't see 18,000 nautical miles, so yeah, you can do the math. We can see the moon out of the docking hatch right now. It is a beautiful sight. We're seeing more and more of the far side, and it's just a thrill to be here. Houston copies.
Confirmation called up to the crew that the Orion spacecraft named Integrity and its crew, which you can currently see on your screen, are now officially closer to the moon than they are to Earth. This comes about 2 days, 5 hours, and 24 minutes following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Now, while they are officially closer to the moon than they are to Earth, they have not entered what is known as the lunar sphere of influence yet. That milestone will come on flight day 5, and when that milestone happens, that is when the moon, instead of the Earth, becomes the main gravitational force acting on the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we're having a little bit of a choppy comm. Can you repeat?
Yeah, Jackie, we just wanted to sync up with you. We know that there was some talk about some burnt smell from the heaters. Stand by one. Okay, Jackie, so this time we turned on the WHC on the toilet and it had that burning odor smell that we just had experienced before. And so we just wanted to talk to you about it. We know we had a briefing on that.
Checking. Hey, Jeremy, on the toilet, we're actually scratching our heads a little bit down here tonight on the odor that you are referencing. So can you give us a little more clarity on it happened when it was running or not, and this is the first time that you have experienced it, is that correct?
So the crew has smelt it once or twice before, but this time was stronger and was different. And we opened the door, everybody in the cabin could smell it. So we just thought we'd check in with you. We're not overly concerned right now. It's probably related to what we're told to expect, but we just wanted to have a quick conversation.
Jeremy, we're checking. Integrity Houston, we are pulling together the minds here to recall exactly what the pre-flight expectations were. In the meantime, we would like a quick AGA reading from its location. Houston copies. Thanks.
Regarding the smell, I just wanted to be sure you all were tracking the EGS notes of the kind of burning heater smell that was coming from the toilet several times. It was never identified as the source of what it exactly was, but it was identified as a known smell. So that's one reason why when I smelled it earlier, I didn't report it. It was kind of a lighter odor than this time, though.
Copy all, Christina, and yeah, we'll discuss at least for a few minutes here before we continue on with the EMERCOM DFTO. And yep, we are getting the information about Integrity Houston, on Orion Earth 1 for the toilet. We've discussed, based on the pre-flight reports and the AGA readings, we're going to continue discussing on the ground, but we are comfortable continuing with the emergency comm DFTO, and we are comfortable with you continuing to use the toilet.
Okay, understood, Jackie. No, that sounds reasonable to us.
Okay, and the final thing, we'll lose video during the EMERCOM DFTO, but just in case you're still working on ECG checkout when we get back, just please be mindful of screens being viewed by the HHP camera.
We copy. And with that, do I understand I have a go in instruction 76?
Christina, affirm, you are go in 76, and when you unpower S-band, expect a caution, pry S-band fail.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. There's quite a bit of communication between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft, who you can see there on your screen, and the ground, namely the Capcom or capsule communicator position. They were discussing some odors, possibly related to the toilet system and some motors. And then they were also discussing resuming the Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Development Flight Test objective. So Christina continues to work on that. And then Reed and Victor have been wrapping up some medical device checkouts, including a checkout of an electrocardiogram or ECG device. And right now we're in an expected loss of signal. So you're seeing a live look inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston. And this flight control room is just down the hallway from the International Space Station flight control room. And currently on console is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. And during the mission, there are 3 shifts, which are known as orbits, that monitor the crew and its systems 24/7. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is being led by NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya, who you can see there on the upper right-hand side of your screen, and he is sitting next to the Capcom or capsule communicator for this shift, who is Jackie Mahaffey there in the center of your screen, and next to her is NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson, also sitting at the Capcom console. Coming up on the timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is expected to complete a window optical quality developmental flight test objective. And during this objective, Victor will take out a D5 camera and take some images at different focal lengths of various subjects out of the windows, such as the Earth or Moon, to evaluate the optical effects of the windows on the Orion spacecraft on imagery. And then currently on your screen, you're seeing a view of the Artemis real-time orbital website, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis. And this provides a view of live data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft, especially when we don't have the live views of the Orion spacecraft itself. And just a few minutes ago, the Orion spacecraft and its crew did surpass a milestone of which they are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. So you can see there in the bottom right-hand side of your screen that the Orion spacecraft is currently 137,000 miles away from Earth and about 135,000 miles away from the moon.
Warning. Sentinel combat unit deployed. Technology installed. Technology installed.
use live real-time data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have live views from the spacecraft itself. We are currently using the velocity 6 inside of the Artemis flight control geoterminal port. The hub process the 2T flight control helium by flight director Paul using the hubs training inside of that screen. On board the Orion spacecraft is currently awake. We have some final activities for the day. Also, astronaut Christina Cook is currently working through a deep space downward emergency communication
Instruction 10 of S-band string swap. I have a frame lock, but ping is still suspect. Perhaps that's because we are going to be receive only here. Let me know if I can continue it. And Houston Integrity, disregard, I now. And Houston Integrity, disregard, I now have a good ping as well. Loud and clear on Eber Cobb.
And Integrity Houston, voice check, I'm coming up on regular OE1. Also loud and clear on OE1. Actually, both radios sound very close to each other. No big difference between either. All right, great news. And Christina, with that, we are go for you to begin step 10. And work. Just for understanding, I noticed I had a timer going for about 45 minutes there since we started the ranging. I seem to recall a 45-minute limit for temperatures in TX-RX mode. I was just curious, one, if that's a good memory,
to get to their experiences? And I can take that answer later. Just wanted to check with you. I assume we can't do the PAO test until Christina's done.
Jeremy, we are in a good config to start the PAO test.
Okay, I'll start it now.
on time start.
Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. We are currently 2 days, 6 hours, and 31 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Currently, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, as he gets set up for a CSA Public Affairs downlink event, which will be taking place here in about 3 minutes. And that downlink event will air live to the public as we continue to provide our 24/7 continuous coverage of the Artemis 2 mission around the moon and back.
Mission Control Houston. Please call integrity for a voice check.
Had a bit of a nap and got up. The Earth was just so far away again. And then to come in for that translunar injection, we came all the way back to Earth again. We were out there at 60,000 kilometers. We came back to within 200 kilometers of the planet. And it just felt like we were falling out of the sky back to Earth. And I said to Reed, it feels like we're going to hit it. It's amazing that we're actually going to go around and miss this thing. It was just so close. And so to take all of that in was really phenomenal. I don't know. What do you think, Reed?
Jeremy said, you just said it so well, and it's so fun to watch you as a first-time flyer up here running circles around all of us. You're doing a great job. But going from 38,000 miles above the Earth yesterday down to 100 miles above the Earth, and then Christina and Jeremy did our translunar injection just 100 miles off the surface of the planet. We were screaming right above the clouds, and now here we are well over 100,000 miles away from Earth and closer to the moon than we are to the Earth right now.
Bonjour, c'est l'ami Keşif de Radio-Canada. Question en français maintenant. Je veux savoir, M. Hansen, qu'est-ce qui vous a le plus surpris, le plus marqué depuis que vous avez quitté la planète Terre, depuis que vous êtes dans l'espace?
The most awe-inspiring thing for me, pour moi, il y avait trop de choses, mais d'être sur la fusée et toutes les sensations de la fusée, c'était quelque chose d'incroyable. J'ai eu le sens d'être un enfant encore, et bien sûr, la vue que j'ai parlé de la Terre et aussi la Lune. Les choses changent avec la Terre aussi. On voit, pour nous, ici dans la capsule, c'est comme la Lune et les phases de la Lune, mais c'est la Terre. Et c'est juste quelque chose d'extrêmement extraordinaire pour nous ici. So some of the things that are riding the rocket for us has just been extraordinary, and we have all these simulations, but it felt so different for us in real life. And then the views of the Earth and the crescent Earth is really incredible.
Hi, Jeremy. This is Ivan Semenik from the Globe and Mail. Congratulations to you and Reed and Victor and Christina for everything you've achieved. The pictures look great. I wanted to turn the view around, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about
about what you're seeing of the moon already? Is it looking bigger to you? And how are you planning to observe? I know you're only going to have a partly illuminated far side. What are you planning to focus on when you're around the back side of the moon?
So, very interesting that we've taken some pictures. We are now over the halfway point to the moon, and we took some pictures earlier today. And then after putting them on the computer to look closer, we found a feature. You know, the Grand Canyon of the moon is called Oriental Basin, and we were able to see the entire thing. Stand by. We were able to see the entire thing, and so it's clear that we are not on Earth because that feature is not all visible from Earth. And so it's already special, the view that we have. And yes, the Earth is quite small and the moon is definitely getting bigger.
And as far as things we're looking forward to seeing, of course, you know, seeing Oriental on the far side of the moon, of course, up close would be extraordinary. But on this, because of this launch date, something that the scientists have added for us is we're going to see an eclipse of the sun behind the moon, which would be pretty neat, actually. And we can use that opportunity to look for some of the lunar regolith lofting, etc. So that's something that we hadn't been thinking we were going to be able to do, but because we launched on April 1st, the birthday of the Royal Canadian Air Force, I'll just add in there, we're going to get to see that now, which is pretty neat. And I love the fact that science just is like, okay, well, that's what we're going to have now, and here's what you're going to do. And it was really cool to see that all come together.
SN de TV Nouvelles. Bonjour Monsieur Hanson. Alors question à encore une fois, il y a beaucoup de jeunes Québécois, de jeunes Canadiens qui vous regardent aujourd'hui. Qu'est-ce que vous aimeriez dire à tous ces enfants qui vous regardent et qui sont inspirés de vous voir aller?
What's important to share with youth that are interested in pursuing their dreams, maybe flying in space? Pour moi, une chose qui est vraiment importante, c'est de trouver vos passions et suivre ces passions, mais aussi partagez-les avec les autres. Parce que pour faire des grandes choses comme nous ici dans cette capsule, pour aller vers la Lune, survoler la Lune, ça prend une grande équipe. Et c'est la même chose pour chacun dans nos vies. On a besoin d'une équipe avec nous pour nous aider. Alors partagez vos rêves avec les autres, vos parents, professeurs, et vous allez voir que les autres vont vous aider beaucoup. So for me, when I look back, I didn't do anything by myself in life. I did it with a team around me. And so it's important that you find what you're passionate about, but you share those passions with others, because you're going to find that they're going to help you to achieve them. And that's exactly what's happening for the four of us in this capsule right now. We're out here 200,000 kilometers from Earth, over that now, because of a big team back home on Earth.
Hi, Elizabeth Howell from Space Q. Congratulations to the four of you. And I was noticing that there's a Canadian actor, Ryan Gosling, who happens to be playing an astronaut in a new movie right now, Project Hail Mary. And Ryan also recorded a video for the entire crew, sending you best wishes. And so if Ryan happened to be there, asking you this in real time, what would you all say to him?
That's super cool. We are all really lucky. We got to watch Hail Mary when we were in quarantine. That was a real treat that they sent us a link to view that at home with our families, getting us ready to go on our own space adventure. I would just say to Ryan, you know, it's art imitates science and vice versa, it seems, and he did a great job in that movie, and it's wonderful to see people really leaning into those roles. I thought it was just such an inspirational example. and somebody who goes out there and just gets what was done to save humanity. It's a pretty extraordinary example that we can all follow. We all thought that movie was really uplifting and inspiring.
Hi Jeremy, this is Harry North with the Montreal Gazette. Congratulations on your voyage so far. What's the camaraderie been like with your fellow American astronauts? Have they teased you much about being the lone Canadian?
There is no way that we are ever teasing this man right here. Jeremy and I have known each other since 2009 when I got selected to NASA and he got selected to the Canadian Space Agency, so we've been great friends ever since. It's impossible not to be good friends with this guy, though. It's just his demeanor, his care for others, the way he goes about life, the way he cares about his family. We might joke around together, but we're not teasing him. And Ike, anything you want to add to that?
You know, similar to our countries physically, this crew is very close, and you know, it's been tough to make fun of him because he got up here, and even though he's Canadian and a first-time flyer, he's making it look easy. He's been doing great so far, so not a whole lot to make fun of.
Lisbeth Cerné, agence Science Presse. Nous savons que vous avez apporté de la nourriture du Québec. J'espère que vous avez commencé à y goûter. En avion, on sait que les papilles gustatives sont différentes, donc on goûte différemment. Est-ce que vous avez déjà commencé à sentir une différence dans ce que vous goûtez? Et j'espère que si ça goûte bon.
Je suis désolé, mais j'ai manqué la dernière partie de cette question. Alors, encore une fois, s'il vous plaît.
Donc, la question, Jérémy, était de savoir si le goût était modifié dans l'espace et si ça goûtait bon au niveau de la nourriture que vous mangez.
Alors, on n'a pas trouvé le sirop d'érable encore. C'est ici, quelque part, mais je ne sais pas exactement où de maintenant. On a, pendant la première journée dans l'espace, on a trouvé des biscuits d'érable. Alors, ça, c'était quelque chose de fun à la fin d'une longue journée. De maintenant, pour moi, ça goûte à peu près la même chose ici dans l'espace. J'ai entendu dire que ça change parce que c'est comme vous avez une grippe dans l'espace à cause de comment la sang bouge dans le corps, mais pour moi, ça goûte à peu près la même chose. The question was if taste changes in space, and for me so far, I haven't really noticed much change, although I was expecting to notice it more. I don't know, what about you guys? No?
Not on this mission so far.
No.
Jeremy, Sean Costello from Skies Plus magazine and RCAF Today. A question for yourself and Victor. From an aviator's perspective, can you please describe your test flight experience so far, including some spacecraft performance observations or takeaways from when Victor was piloting the ProxOps tests? Thank you.
Well, I have to start off by saying it was a ton of fun. It was a great experience. My favorite thing about the whole evolution was that the entire crew participated. All four of us worked together. And I do love to fly or drive, you know, and operate machinery, and this spacecraft flew marvelously. It was actually in every way better than the simulator. It was, you know, the weightlessness, the sound and feel of the thrusters was very different than what we simulated, and all in a positive direction, and it flies very nice.
Jeremy, and congratulations to everyone on Artemis 2. Jeremy, you've spoken of the importance of the Air Cadet's influence on your young life. Did you know you wanted to be an astronaut when you were an Air Cadet? And now that you are in space, what transferable skills and experience from your time in the cadets have served you in space?
Yeah, I did. When I was joining the cadet program, I'd already set my sights on joining the Royal Canadian Air Force and becoming a fighter pilot. And my dad was the one who told me that he thought the Air Cadets would be a great opportunity if I was interested in flying. And he sure was right. It ended up being one of the greatest decisions that I made, 6 years in the Air Cadet program. I was inspired by images of humans walking on the moon when I was a young Canadian, and that's what encouraged me to kind of follow this path to now. But Air Cadets, transferable skills, there's a lot of them. One of them was, I learned to fly, got a glider pilot license, a private pilot license. That was a huge asset for me. Was building some self-confidence at the age of 16 and 17, but it was much bigger than that. Self-discipline, I learned a lot of that from cadets. It's not all flying and fun. Some of it is marching and parading around, and got to iron your uniform and polish your boots, and so I learned some self-discipline. I learned a lot of confidence because Air Cadets was pushing me outside my comfort zone. There were things that I needed to do, to get these flying scholarships that I didn't really want to do. I didn't want to be on a parade square in charge of a group of other cadets necessarily. I was a little bit shy, and Air Cadets pushed me outside my comfort zone and helped develop that skill set. So I'm really grateful for the cadet program.
Merci Jeremy, Reed et Victor, c'est Lisa encore. Ça a été une expérience formidable pour nous tous ici à l'Agence spatiale canadienne et en ligne. Auriez-vous un mot de la fin?
Oh oui, pour moi comme un Canadien, je suis absolument fier de notre pays. C'était, quand je pense de cette expérience et pourquoi je suis ici en représenter le Canada, je suis fier et c'est juste important pour moi de dire merci Canada for cette experience. It has been an extraordinary experience for me to leave our planet, to ride that incredible rocket with my 3 Canadian colleagues, and my 3 American colleagues. It is such an extraordinary example of collaboration and what we can do when we set big goals and we reach out to achieve them together. And so on behalf of Canada, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for this opportunity, and I would like to remind Canadians, if we can send a human around the moon in 2026, just imagine what we're capable of doing next. Thanks so much for joining us on board Integrity. It's a great ship here, and we're closer to the moon today than we are to Earth. This is a big milestone for us, and we look forward to sharing more with you in the coming days. Wishing you all the best. Au revoir.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications. And Integrity Houston, with that, we are ready for the D5 camera at the docking hatch window. And then after that, you can work on dual camera bracket if you'd like.
And Houston, Integrity, the docking hatch windows are already, the images are already complete.
Integrity, Houston, for the docking hatch window photos, we didn't see you in that area after we had gotten into the attitude, since the attitude maneuver was a little late after the EMER-COM DFTO. So we're just wondering if you can let us know what your target was, what your photo was like for the docking hatch window.
The target was the same Earth I photoed in window 3.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for just double checking for us. And Integrity, with that, we will, from the ground, send a maneuver back to the Earth in window 2.
Copy, we're ready for that, and I'm ready to take pictures on a window 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just saw CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, complete a public affairs event with various Canadian media outlets. And now the crew is currently working on some D5 camera photos as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Houston, Integrity for flywheel accelerometer battery.
We're ready to copy.
Two quick things. First, the battery for the accelerometer on the hull of the vehicle is 55%. And when I downloaded the accelerometer data on the flywheel itself, I think all the data transferred, but I did get a very odd error at the end that just said out-of-memory error on my PCD, but it looked like everything transferred over, so I reinitialized that. If you guys downlink that data tonight, you can let me know tomorrow if it went well.
Read, we copy both the battery level and the error you got. We'll take a look at that data and make sure we got it all.
And we just heard a call there from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is working on transferring some data from the flywheel exercise device, specifically delayed data related to an accelerometer. And this is also as NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working through that D5 camera developmental flight test objective related to window optical quality. So he's currently taking images out of different windows on the Orion spacecraft using varying focal lengths of subjects out of the window, such as the Earth or Moon.
Integrity Houston, I bet you already know it, but Earth should be out window 2. Kristen, for a quick end of the day sync. I've got 2 items for you, and we can take any items from you.
Okay, go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, we just wanted to follow up on 2 items. One is related to the hygiene bay odor that you reported earlier. The ground teams do believe it may be related to the orange gasket material around the hygiene bay door. So perhaps it's related to, open and closes of the door or, different operational situations there. But you're welcome to continue to call down your observations and changes in the odor strength or frequency. But overall, we don't have any major concerns. I'm sure some folks will continue to talk about it, but just wanted to kind of close that topic out. And then second, Christina had a question about Emercom thermal. You made Ink O'Brien smile over here, remembering your training. It is a 60-minute transmission limit with a 45-minute recovery, but it only applies if all of the vehicle cooling is lost.
Okay, we got both of those, and just about the orange insulation around the door of the hygiene bay, we're pretty convinced that's not what we smelled today.
All right, thanks for that data. And Jeremy, just since we're talking about it a little bit, if you want to give us one final set of observations on that smell for today, we would take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else we can tell you, Jackie. It was described before as when you turn on, before we flew, what we might expect is when you turn on a heater that's been sitting for a while and you feel that sort of burnt, or you smell that burnt smell that comes from that. And I do think it smelled similar to that. For me, it was, some sort of burning odor. And then it was definitely in the hygiene bay. And when I opened up the hygiene bay, the rest of the crew could smell it pretty much immediately.
We copy, Jeremy, and is that...
Yeah, 2 things out there.
Yeah, we're curious if it is still persisting, and we'll take your 2 things.
Into that one on the delay. Sorry about that, Jackie. I think 2 things to add from my perspective. Number 1, we had a similar smell on flight day 1 when Christina first fired up the toilet, and then we haven't had that at all since. And then this was a more acute moment of this compared to flight day 1. Similar, but definitely more acute.
Okay, we copy, and is it still actively have that odor today, or has it dissipated?
It's been used since, and there was no odor the next time.
Houston copies, that helps, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. And window 2 photos are complete. but feel free to leave the Earth and the windows.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been pretty exploratory in our attitudes today, and we're going to have to head back to something more standard. Let us know if you have anything else to report just on timeline status or things we need to know overnight. Otherwise, that's all we had for you.
Hey Jackie, Christina here. A couple small things for me. One is I have AGA readings when you're ready.
Go for it.
CO2, 1.5. O2, 19.7. We're at 14.0 psi and 76 degrees Fahrenheit. Also, we have the low battery yellow LED lit. I did not see the bit startup message indicating the level of the low battery. I would propose that we can just maybe wait until next time, see what it is, and then make the decision on changing the battery, if you agree.
Houston concurs.
Copy. And next, the ActiWatch data is on PCD2.
Houston copies.
And last question for you, are you planning to play wake-up music at the start of post-sleep tomorrow morning?
Affirm, that is the plan.
Okay, great. Yeah, we were just clarifying because in a very nice effort to allow some more sleep, they sort of put that off this morning, but I think we would prefer for it to be at the start of post-sleep.
Yep, we are tracking Christina, and that is our plan.
Appreciate you.
And Jackie, one more thing. I am logging into VC right now for the PMC, but we still want to try charging something off of that PCD4 to see if that actually works or doesn't work. We're waiting for you guys to give us the okay to give that a whirl.
Jeremy, for PCD4, we don't think that the PCD will actually help something charge when it is powered off, but you are certainly welcome to try.
Okay, that sounds good. Makes sense. We just wanted to give it a try. Thank you for that.
Integrity Houston, sorry, one last question. Can you confirm for us which PCD has some of those great science images you took today? And sorry, specifically images from the window DFTO.
PCD 2.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of chatter between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft and the team here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Capcom or capsule communicator, who you can see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The crew is wrapping up some of their final activities for the day before they head into their pre-sleep and sleep period. So they have wrapped up the optical window imaging developmental flight test objective, where they were taking some images out of the different windows on the Orion spacecraft to test the quality of those images and make any adjustments as needed. They also finished transferring some flywheel accelerometer data. They completed a Deep Space Network emergency communications developmental flight test objective. And they also were transferring and collecting some data related to an actigraph, and that is related to a science investigation on the Artemis 2 mission known as Archer. And that particular study is measuring astronauts' well-being, activity, sleep patterns, and interactions during the Artemis mission. They are collecting data using those ActiWatches and behavioral performance surveys before and after the mission, and that actigraphy data is being collected during the mission using those devices, and results from some of this data will be used to understand the effects of space hazards on well-being and performance, and also to develop additional protocols, interventions, and technologies to enable humans to survive and thrive for future deep space missions. The crew is now getting ready to complete their end-of-day private medical conference. This is a standard conference that takes place between the crew and their medical teams on the ground. And then once they complete that, they will have a private conference with the flight director. And the flight director currently on console for Orbit 2 is NASA Flight Director Paul Kanya. And then after that is completed, they will move into their pre-sleep period to get ready for bed.
Studio 1 for Doc Cam.
Go ahead.
Hey Jackie, to the best of my knowledge, the dock camera has been installed and powered on. Let me know if you had any issues on the ground.
We copy.
Houston, we are ready for the Flight Director Crew Conference if you want to.
We are ready for the conference on 2.
flight director here in Mission Control, which is currently Paul Kanya, who is serving as the Orbit 2 flight director. Following this private conference, they are going to begin their pre-sleep period, and during that period, they will perform some hygiene activities and standard cabin configurations to get ready for their sleep, and they will also eat their dinner, and then they will begin their sleep period to wrap up flight day 3. We are currently 2 days, 7 hours, and 38 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Today, the crew and the Orion spacecraft did surpass the halfway mark, so they are now closer to the moon than they are to Earth. They are about 142,000 miles away from the Earth and about 131,000 miles away from the moon. This comes following the translunar injection, or TLI burn, which took place yesterday on flight day 2. Today there was a planned outbound trajectory correction burn, but that burn was determined to not be needed, as the TLI burn, which took place yesterday, was very precise and accurate. So the next burn that's scheduled to take place will be on flight day 4, and that will be the outbound trajectory correction 2 burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in about 17 hours and 34 minutes from now.
Integrity Houston, comm check after ACU swap. Carried, I had you loud and clear. I think still on OB2 after the conference. And one item for you, we are not seeing the dock cam. It's showing disconnected. We see the CFC powered, so we'd like you to confirm on pub 1 that the 5-volt power is switched on with green LED for the dock cam. Integrity crew, we are going to be pulling some files from the cab cameras. You may see LEDs indicate that they are on, but we are not streaming from them.
What, you got your fill from the HHP camera today?
Nah, we all want more.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 2 days, 7 hours, and 55 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Currently on your screen, you are seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. This visualization provides a look at the real-time data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft when we don't have views of the spacecraft itself. The Orion spacecraft and its crew are currently about 143,000 miles away from the Earth, and they have about 130,000 miles separating them and the Moon. So they are now over halfway to the Moon, and that planned lunar flyby will take place on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Currently, the crew is in their pre-sleep period, so they're completing some hygiene activities, eating their dinner, and wrapping up the day's activities in preparation for sleep. Throughout the day, the crew completed several different activities. They completed a CPR demonstration, along with several different development flight test objectives, including a flight test objective testing the Deep Space Network emergency communication system. They also did some toilet acoustics measurements, and each of the crew members completed their daily exercise using the flywheel device. Initially, this flight day had a outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled, but that burn was determined it was no longer needed, so that burn did not take place. So the next burn will be the outbound trajectory correction burn on flight day 4. Once the crew goes to sleep, that will wrap up most of their activities for flight day 3. So then looking ahead to flight day 4, the crew will be completing a manual piloting development flight test objective, and during that DFTO, the crew will perform various attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. And there are 3 translational degrees of freedom, which are forward and backward, up and down, and left and right. And then 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are the roll, pitch, and yaw. So through this DFTO, the crew will compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to what a degraded quality of 3 degrees of freedom would look like, which means the crew could only control the rotational axes, the roll, pitch, and yaw of the spacecraft. And then following that development flight test objective tomorrow, the crew will also complete a lunar flyby plan review. During that plan review, each crew member will review their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool guiding crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. It consists of 2 key components, the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan. The lunar geography review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and learn how to orient themselves during the flyby, while the lunar targeting plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for imaging and verbal descriptions. Also on the timeline for flight day 4 will be that orbital trajectory or outbound trajectory correction burn, and that burn is scheduled to take place in a little over 17 hours from now. lunar flyby cabin configuration, where they deployed cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, and also tested some of the lighting configurations inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft to make sure that everything was ready to go for the flyby, which will take place on flight day 6. They also completed a public affairs event and their daily exercise, which uses the flywheel exercise device. They were originally scheduled to have an outbound trajectory correction burn earlier in the day, but that burn was canceled as it was determined it was no longer needed. So the next burn on the way to the moon will be the outbound trajectory correction burn 2, which is planned for flight day 4 in about 16 hours and 49 minutes from now. We are currently in an expected loss of signal with the Orion spacecraft. We do expect to regain that signal with the spacecraft here shortly. Currently, the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 144,000 miles away from the Earth, and they have about 129,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the crew from the moon. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander for the Artemis 2 mission. Reed is originally from Baltimore, and he has previously been to space aboard the International Space Station, where he served as the flight engineer for Expedition 31 from May through November of 2014. During that 165-day mission aboard the space station, he completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. And that expedition also set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. Prior to his assignment to the Artemis 2 crew, he served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. Also currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which the crew named Integrity, is the pilot for the mission, Victor Glover. He was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013, originally from California. At the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. And his first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. And that was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator and served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours. There are 2 mission specialists as part of the Artemis 2 crew. The first one is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She's originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013. She previously served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020, and during that time she set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then rounding it all out is Canadian Space Agency, or CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is also serving as a mission specialist for the Artemis 2 mission. He's originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected as a CSA astronaut in 2009. After his selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. He has also participated in training exercises, such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to stimulate deep space exploration. And in 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. And this is Jeremy's first trip to space. Again, those 4 crew members currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which they named Integrity. They launched aboard the Orion spacecraft atop a Space Launch System, or SLS rocket, from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Today, they surpassed surpassed the milestone, making their distance closer to the moon than from Earth. And currently they are on board the Orion spacecraft preparing to go to sleep and round out Flight Day 3. And now on your screen you're seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARROW, and that website's available at nasa.gov/trackartemis. It provides real-time data and telemetry updates from the Orion spacecraft, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the cameras on board the Orion spacecraft itself. Artemis Mission Control here in the White Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Joining me on console as part of the Orbit 2 team is Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, Jackie Mahaffey. She also serves as the Artemis 2 Chief Training Officer, so she's going to join us for a few minutes and answer some questions while the crew works through their pre-sleep period and then gets ready to get some rest. So Jackie, first off, can you tell us about your role for the Artemis 2 mission?
Yeah, sure. So pre-flight, my role as the Chief Training Officer was to lead the team that prepared the crew for everything they need to do during the mission. And now that the mission has started, I also have the pleasure of being at Capcom and getting to work with the team to get messages up to the crew and hear what the crew has to tell us.
We got to hear you a lot during the ship call up quickly while they were working through some other tasks. So what did some of that training that you worked with the group, did that consist of?
Yeah, so really we have to prepare the crew for all the different things they might have to do on the mission. So that includes everything that we planned from launch through their flyby all the way down to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. And then of course we want to prepare them for any potential contingencies that might come up. So we exercise those phenomenal situations as well. Alright, and they were training for a couple of years in preparation for this mission, so I'm sure you got to work pretty closely with them and develop some relationships with them along the way. Did you have any favorite parts of that process? What was really collaborating together with the crew on how exactly were they going to do these tasks. And so we would, we might develop a lesson or a simulation scenario, but then it was always followed up with a discussion of, hey, what did we learn and what do we go change and make better, and what ideas do we have collectively to enable the crew to make the mission a success.
All right, and now that the mission's underway, we're on flight day 3, or rounding out flight day 3. What's it like to be Capcom or capsule communicator for the mission? Yeah, so I was able to fit in mission control for the launch, but I was not the active Capcom at the time, and so tonight has been my first shift getting to talk directly with the crew, and it's been really amazing to finally get to guide them in the real thing, and work with them and help them work through issues or answer questions from the ground and get them through their whole timeline for the day. It's so exciting. And so you kind of have a dual role. You had your pre-mission role, and now you're during the mission Capcom role. How do you balance those roles, being the training lead and also now being a Capcom for the mission? Yeah, it was actually a really, I guess, sort of complementary set of roles, because as the being on the training side, I was able to either be a part of all of the training that the crew has, or observe the training they're doing and the feedback that they are giving and the conversations that they're having about how they plan to do things. And so, coming in here and supporting them for the mission itself, I feel comfortable with the systems and the procedures, and maybe have a little glimpse into what they might be thinking when they make a call. That's so exciting. I'm sure the relationship you've developed certainly plays a role in that. So I don't want to keep you too long. I know you actually have a job to get back to, especially coming out of a loss of signal here shortly. But what are you most looking forward to during the remainder of the mission? Well, I think the thing that hit me the most so far was getting to see the video of them in integrity, and it looked in some ways really close to what it looked like when they were doing it. And it clearly is in space and on the way to the moon. So I am looking forward to more of that, more of those insights into them being in the capsule, and then also some more of the photos that they are sending down, which are just incredible. We have certainly had some incredible photos, and now over halfway, 128,000 miles to the moon and 6,000 miles from Earth. But with that, thank you so much, Jackie, for joining me, and we look forward to the rest of the mission. Thanks for having me.
received.
one of the Orion spacecraft's 4 main windows, the view of Earth peeking through that window. And that Orion spacecraft, of course, is named Integrity, and it was named Integrity by its crew, and this image was also captured following translunar injection burn on April 20th. The Earth fully illuminated by the moon itself. It was actually the dark side of the Earth when this image was captured, but the moon was illuminating it from behind. The Artemis 2 mission is the first crewed test flight as part of the Artemis program. So it is the first time that humans are living and working aboard the Orion spacecraft. The quartet of crew members that are currently on board the Orion spacecraft include NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the commander. There's also NASA astronaut Victor Glover serving as the pilot, and NASA astronaut Christina Cook serving as a mission specialist alongside CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Again, the crew is currently completing their pre-sleep period, and then in just a few minutes they will head into their sleep period. And during this pre-sleep time is when they complete some hygiene activities. Is also when they eat dinner and wrap up any remaining activities for the day. Coming up tomorrow on flight day 4, the crew is expected to have an outbound trajectory correction burn. There was initially going to be an outbound trajectory correction burn today on flight day 3. That outbound trajectory correction burn ended up being canceled because it was determined that it was no longer needed, as the TLI, or translunar injection burn, on flight day 2 was very accurate, so the correction was not needed to adjust the orbital trajectory on its way to the moon. If that outbound trajectory correction burn ends up being needed, that burn would take place in about 15 hours and 50 minutes from now. Also taking place on flight day 4 will be a manual piloting developmental flight test objective. During that test objective, the crew will perform several attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom, which are forward, backward, up and down, and left and right. And then 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw. So through this objective, the crew will compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of a 3 degrees of freedom, which would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes of roll, pitch, and yaw.
Integrity Houston, late call related to toilet.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but we would like to take this timelined wastewater tank dump in just a couple of minutes. If we are successful, then we can clear you for toilet for the rest of the night with confidence.
Jackie, we are all now getting into sleeping bags, and we are finished with toilet for the next little bit, so go for it.
Okay, and would you like a negative reporting? If it's good and you are go for toilet for the rest of the night, we will not call you back. If there is some trouble with it and we need you to coordinate toilet use or use CCUs, then we can give you a second call.
Yep, 100% negative reporting, thanks.
Will do. Good night.
Good night, Houston.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard some communication there from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity.
Confusion on board. What's a good MET for when we would be go for toilet with negative reporting?
Let's go with MET of 10 hours.
Okay, we copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard some communication with the Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity and the team here on the ground, specifically the Capcom or capsule communicator, Jackie Mahaffey. And on your screen, you can see a live look into the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control. Currently on console is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers, and they will be wrapping up their shift in the next hour and a half or so. We do expect that Orbit 3 team of flight controllers to come on console to begin a handover period in about 30 minutes. But during that call down, the crew was discussing an upcoming wastewater dump, and basically that is when the stored urine on board the Orion spacecraft is vented overboard, and this takes place every day by the crew, similar to the space shuttle. And the crew is now also entering into their sleep period. So they will be in their sleep period for about the next 9 hours or so. part of this system, the urine is stored in a tank and then vented overboard each day by the crew. A few minutes ago, the crew was completing that overboard venting or that wastewater dump, and it does sound like there was a bit of an issue there, so that's being troubleshot. But in the meantime, the crew will enter into their sleep period and use the contingency collapsible urinals as needed overnight while they continue to troubleshoot the wastewater dump. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, is currently in their sleep period. The sleep period will last for about 8.5 hours before they will be awoken to begin flight day 4. And here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is coming on console to begin their shift, and they are completing a handover with the off-going Orbit 2 team of flight controllers, which was led by Flight Director Paul Kanya. And currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis real-time orbit website, or ARROW, which is providing live data and telemetry updates of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon. The Orion spacecraft and its crew are currently about 149,000 miles away from Earth, and they are about 125,000 miles away from the moon as they continue to make their outbound journey to the moon on that free return trajectory. They are scheduled to make the lunar close approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Coming up on flight day 4, there is a planned outbound trajectory correction burn. There was initially going to be a first outbound trajectory correction burn today on flight day 3, but that ended up being canceled as it was determined that it was no longer needed due to the accuracy of the translunar injection burn, or TLI burn, which took place on flight day 2 to begin sending Orion and its crew outbound and around the moon on that free return trajectory. As the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers completes their handover, I will also be handing over our live continuous coverage of the Artemis 2 mission to my colleague Nilofer Ramji, who will continue providing updates of Orion and its crew over the next several hours. With that, this is Mission Control Houston. from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 11 hours, 6 minutes, and counting. I'm Nilofer Ranji with NASA Communications. The Orbit 3 team of flight controllers has look back on their day. led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. It was a big day for the crew yesterday as the transloader injection completed, committing Orion to fly around the Destek and return to Earth on day 10. Today we have another burn scheduled. That's the OTC-1 burn, Outbound Trajectory Correction 1. That's slated for 5:49 p.m. Central Time and would be an 8-second burn using the reaction control system thrusters. We've also been getting some imagery down from Orion, taken by the crew after the transloader injection burn. This should be the beautiful burn Orion capsule and our 4 Artemis 2 crew members, now 106,000 miles away from Earth. We are standing by for their daily planning conference where teams on the ground will be relaying up information to the crew as they start flight day 3. From left to right, we have NASA astronaut Christina Cook, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and on the far right, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. from Commander Reed Wiseman, exercising yet again. The crew's timeline to exercise 30 minutes each during this mission. Keeps their bones and muscles strong while in the microgravity environment.
air revitalization system that we have, and then the other parts of it that are also part of it is the thermal aspect of it, where we're cooling the air to be able to keep the crew temperature down exactly where they want it to be comfortable in the cabin, and so that is also part of our system as well.
Yeah, we heard them make some calls a couple days ago about being a little chilly, and your team is the one that works on making sure they're comfortable?
Yes, we've been working at the last couple days, trying some adjustments. It's one of the things I will stress with the new vehicle. We are learning every single day that we're flying this vehicle right now, especially with the crew in it. We flew Artemis 1, we learned some things about the systems there, but now we have the crew involved, which adds a whole new dynamic to the vehicle, and that is what is really what we're looking at today, and learning how to interact with the crew and adjust things as we need to make the crew comfortable.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you also work with the food systems a little bit as well. So they're actually getting ready for a midday meal. We've been fortunate enough to have in-cabin views for some of today, and we saw them getting out some of their food. So can you tell us about the food warmer?
Yeah, the food system is, the crew is, a lot of the food that we use is very similar to what they fly on ISS. It's the rehydratable food. And what we use on Orion, we have what we call a food warmer. It's about a little suitcase-sized device, and our biggest challenge is mass and volume on Orion going to the moon. And so we had to reduce the size basically the crew inserts the food into the suitcase. It's a warming plate and heats it up to about 155 degrees.
Oh my goodness, that's much warmer than I expected you to say. That's really impressive.
It's what they use for doing the hot drinks, warming up the food that needs to be warmed up so that it tastes better when it's warmer. And some hot food.
I'm impressed. I used to be a taste tester here, and so I always enjoyed trying the food. I found it to be really good. Yes, it really is. This view outside the Orion spacecraft, you can see those solar arrays positioning. And a reminder, you can keep up with where Orion is at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. Currently, the spacecraft is 122,500 miles away from Earth and 146,000 miles away from the moon. We are 2 days, 1 hour, 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, the first flight of crew aboard Orion. Spacecraft now 123,000 miles away from Earth. You're getting a live look inside the capsule as our 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, and Christina Cook, are wrapping up their midday meal, getting the opportunity to take photos out the window of Earth and the moon. We are in an LOS period, loss of signal from the ground side. This was tracked and communicated to the crew. However, we do receive communications from the crew members. Obviously, we have their live video right now. This is Artemis Mission Control. You're currently seeing a live look again inside the Orion spacecraft. In the center of the screen is NASA astronaut Christina Cook, who is serving as one of the 2 mission specialists on the Artemis 2 mission. She's currently completing her planned daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device, which operates similar to a rowing machine but can complete different types of exercises, including resistive and aerobic exercises. And they were discussing moving the lunar flyby cabin configuration. During this particular activity, the crew will develop and document an ideal configuration of the Orion spacecraft internal cabin for the lunar flyby observation period, which will take place on flight day 6. And they will deploy various cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, and also work to adjust the spacecraft's lighting and positioning of each crew member to ensure once they make it to that flyby on flight day 6 that everything is well set up and thought out and placed, so that they don't have to worry about trying to figure out where all those cameras and equipment will be going on that actual flight day itself. Now the crew is going to start working on their pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity, so they're going to be deploying some cameras and other equipment that they plan to use during the flyby on flight day 6 to just ensure that they know where everything should be set up, where it should go, and where each crew member should be stationed for that observation period.
Houston, integrity on 1 for lunar flyby setup.
Go ahead.
If you still have the HHP, we're wondering, in Jeremy's position, if he's looking out the window there, will the moon be right side up or upside down?
We have a great view of checking.
Alternatively, is the north pole of the moon going to be in the vehicle plus X direction?
Yeah, we're going to go with the first way you worded the question and say affirm it's upside down in the position Jeremy is in right now.
So if he flips over, it'll be right side up.
That's how it works.
On your screen, you're seeing a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity, and it was named Integrity by its crew. The crew is currently working through a pre-lunar flyby cabin configuration activity. All 4 of them are working to deploy various cameras and equipment that will be used during the flyby, which is planned for flight day 6 of the mission. They'll also be adjusting the spacecraft's lighting and positioning of each crew member to ensure that all of the equipment, cameras, as well as the individual placement of each of them works and will be seamless during the flyby observation period. And there you can see on your screen that the crew just turned out the lights on the Orion spacecraft. So now it's quite dark. And again, they are adjusting the lighting as part of that lunar flyby cabin configuration activity so that they can test the lighting as well as all of the camera equipment that will be used during the lunar flyby. And this is Artemis Mission Control. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is currently working through the Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective, during which she's basically conducting a checkout of that emergency communication system on Orion while connected to that Deep Space Network.
And Integrity Houston, we have some news to share with you. As of 30 seconds ago, you are now closer to the moon than you are to us on Earth.
Wow, Jackie, thank you for sharing that with us. We all kind of had a collective, I guess, expression of joy at that. It's hard to imagine, but we can see here on our flight PFD that we are at 118,000 nautical miles. So, yeah, you can do the math. We can see the moon out of the docking hatch right now. It is a beautiful sight. We're seeing more and more of the far side, and it's just a thrill to be here.
Houston copies.
Now, while they are officially closer to the moon than they are to Earth, they have not entered what is known as the lunar sphere of influence yet. That milestone will come on flight day 5. And when that milestone happens, that is when the moon, instead of the Earth, becomes the main gravitational force acting on the Orion spacecraft.
Yeah, Jackie, we just wanted to sync up with you. We know that there was some talk about some burnt smell from the heaters. Okay, Jackie, so this time we turned on the WHC on the toilet and it had that burning odor smell that we just hadn't experienced before. And so we just wanted to talk to you about it. We know we had a briefing on that. So the crew has smelt it once or twice before, but this time was stronger and was different. And we opened the door, everybody in the cabin could smell it. So we just thought we'd check in with you. We're not overly concerned right now. It's probably related to what we're told to expect, but we just wanted to have a quick conversation.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1 for the toilet. We've discussed, based on the pre-flight reports and the AGA readings, we're going to continue discussing on the ground, but we are comfortable continuing with the emergency comm DFTO, and we are comfortable with you continuing to use the toilet.
On board the Orion spacecraft, the crew is currently awake. They are wrapping up some final activities for the day. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is currently working through a Deep Space Network Emergency Communications Developmental Flight Test Objective. Victor is also working on a test objective related to the D5 camera imaging and taking some images at varying focal lengths of subjects such as the Earth and the Moon to evaluate the window optical effects on imagery. And then NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman is working to transfer some data from the flywheel, which is the exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. And then coming up here in a little bit, CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will support a public affairs downlink event for the Canadian Space Agency.
And integrity to the Canadian Space Agency, Jeremy.
We hear you loud and clear. We're a long ways away. There's probably a bit of a delay, but great to chat with you. I got a few people joining me today. I got Victor and Reed here. Christina's working hard right behind the camera right now.
Hello, Jeremy. It's Lisa.
And so on behalf of Canada, I just want to say thank you to my colleagues for this opportunity. And I would like to remind Canadians, if we can send a human around the moon in 2026, just imagine what we're capable of doing next. Thanks so much for joining us on board Integrity. It's a great ship here, and we're closer to the moon today than we are to Earth. This is a big milestone for us, And we look forward to sharing more with you in the coming days. Wishing you all the best. Au revoir.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 12 hours, and 11 minutes and counting. And this is the Artemis 2 mission coverage. I'm Nilüfer Ramji with NASA Communications. The Orbit T3 team of flight controllers recently came on console and completed their handover. So now the Orion spacecraft is actually 154,000 miles and counting away from Earth and 122,000 miles away from the Moon. And the Artemis 2 astronauts are currently asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. They began their sleep shift at around a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 9 hours, and 30 minutes. And the sleep period will last till about 2 days and 18 hours. Now the map that you see on your screen right now is what we're calling the 2D view, or the world map for this Artemis mission. The top part of your screen that you are seeing, you can see Earth on the left side of your screen, and you can see the flight path that remains for the Artemis 2 mission. And just as we cited earlier today and last night and on our social media channels, Orion is about halfway, or just over halfway, to the Moon right now. While they're not in the lunar sphere of influence just yet, we are getting closer and closer to the Moon. On the top right side of your screen, you're able to see a couple of distance markers in nautical miles that can tell us the Earth altitude of Orion, how close we are or how close we'll get to the Apollo distance record, how much distance we have remaining, and also the Orion to Moon altitude. And on the bottom of your screen, you're actually seeing a great world map. And this map may look a little bit familiar. It's very similar to what we have for the International Space Station. But as you know, we are not using the Near Space Network with our tracking data and relay satellite system, or TDRS. We're using the Deep Space Network for this mission because we are in deep space now. And there you see the coverage map. Just a couple of things to point out. The white line that you kind of see going across the center of the screen, you can see Orion there on the left side, where the Pacific Ocean and off the coast of Western and South America. You can also see over Europe, MAD, that's the Madrid DSN satellite. And then on the bottom right, you can see Canberra in Australia. So you can see the different coverage networks, and each of the colors corresponds to the colors that you're seeing on this map. So this is a great vantage point or visualization that we have. It's fairly simple, but it gives a lot of data to the team here on the ground, and it's actually on our board here in Mission Control. Now we will switch views and go over to another view that we have of the Orion spacecraft. There you have it right there, and this is a great view for the guidance, navigation, and control team here on the ground. You can see the Orion spacecraft kind of grayed out in the center of your screen, and you can see the various pointing mechanisms. We have the capability of actually manipulating this Orion spacecraft to see the different points, but you can see Earth sort of centered off in the back part, or behind Orion almost, or to its side, and that is the green line that you see pointing towards the spacecraft. And on the right side, you see a yellow line that's coming to the spacecraft. That is where the sun is located. And then, of course, on the left side of the screen, you do see a white or grayish colored line, and that is where the Moon is. So that's where our destination is. In addition to that, this is actually kind of cool because you can see Uranus, where it is in our solar system, as well as Venus. And as the spacecraft continues to move, this map does get updated. So some really interesting vantage points that the team here in Mission Control uses on the ground to give us a sense of where we are at in the mission and the different pieces that the flight controllers here on the ground need to help do their jobs. Here in Mission Control, we are continuing to work ahead to plan the next day shifts. So let's talk a little bit about what happened on flight day 3. The crew began began their day at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 18 hours. And after their post-sleep period, they completed some hygiene activities, their standard cabin configurations. They had some breakfast, and they had several conferences with the team here on the ground in Mission Control to review their schedule for the day. The mission has been proceeding fairly smoothly, and if you've been following along, we hope that you've been seeing those stunning images coming down from the crew, including a few of the Earth following translunar injection. If you are not seeing these images, I would encourage you to follow our NASA social media channels at NASA Artemis on wherever you follow. And there you go, you have a stunning image of Earth here that was taken by the crew. Earlier in this mission, Christina had mentioned that the crew was feeling just a little bit chilly when they checked in on cabin temperatures, but they let us know on the ground that they're feeling really comfortable now. Yesterday, we also had an outbound trajectory correction maneuver, or OTC-1, scheduled. And as you might be aware, this burn was supposed to be a minor correction to ensure the spacecraft is in its correct trajectory. However, the translunar injection burn that took place on flight day 2 was accurate, so today's OTC-1 burn was not needed. Our next burn will now be the outbound trajectory correction burn 2, or OTZ2 rather, that will happen later today, and the teams on the ground will assess whether or not that's needed as well. The crew also took advantage of the time freed up by the canceled burn activities to get the Integrity spacecraft better organized for the remainder of the mission. They also completed another developmental flight test objective related to toilet acoustics. Reed and Victor also completed their daily exercise routine during that time. Christina conducted a checkout of the electrocardiogram, or ECG, device on board Orion. And for those of you who don't know, an ECG is a non-invasive test that records the electrical activity of the heart. The crew also spent the afternoon conducting a CPR demonstration using emergency medical procedures to simulate methods used to treat airway obstruction and share techniques that could be used for future crew training. The crew completed some additional space adaptation activities and checkouts of the medical devices, and during those checkouts, Reed and Victor activated several medical devices that are part of the Orion medical kit system, including a blood pressure monitor, a thermometer, and a stethoscope. Christina and Jeremy also completed their daily exercise after that, using the flywheel on board Orion, and then the crew completed their pre-lunar flyby cabin configurations. During this activity, they developed and documented the ideal configuration for lunar flyby observation period expected to take place on Monday, or flight day 6, by deploying the various cameras and equipment that will be used for the lunar flyby. They also adjusted the spacecraft's lighting and positioning for each of the crew members during this prep. The crew